All right, check 1, 2. There we go. Another night. Here we go. So I blew one eval yesterday. I took a shot. It was a 300K eval. Went 7,500 against me, but I'm doing okay on the others. Um, so that, my friends, is what happens when you gamble. You get, you just give your money away. But it was fun to watch. So the entertainment value high. All right, so here we go. We're in two trades right now. Um, we're looking at MNQ and MES. Been in this trade for quite some time. Kind of broke out of this range, tapped back into it, almost breaking it. And my idea is that we're going to retrace to the top of this range before we move to the bottom. I mean, I had an option to pick a couple different spots here. We come from this previous day or previous session high, right, which we broke through, or that's probably the more appropriate zone. So technically, I could see us coming all the way back up to here. A little bit more than a 1-to-1. So kind of drew that range incorrectly. So it's the previous range, this swing high to the swing low. Create this high, it validates this low as a protected low. We break this level. I'm bearish for the short term, or I'm looking for shorts on a retest. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Small risk, no stress. Bringing this up. Here's our other position. Looks like I'm a little tight on it. We need to be back here. So we're risking 125. Same idea. A little bit. This is incorrect though, right? So like if you're really looking at the previous range to continue up, this is the zone. Okay. Stop below the zone, take profit all the way up here. That would be awesome. So that's what we're working with. Just one contract. It's a 15-minute range, so this is going to take hours and hours to get through. Lots of hot and heavy shit going on in the Iran conflict. It's a pretty strong push up. So I had to put in low, put in some new lows down here, validating the high. So that's really the range to break. So I do expect a retest of this level. Just gonna pop it in a little short just to increase our odds of getting filled. And if we lose, it's $150 trade. Or we're down 150 on this account. No big deal. Looking over here, we're down on the day $43. It's been a really difficult zone to break right here. So could go either way, right? But what we are looking at is we had consolidation for quite some time. We broke and swept a low, ripped up, created a higher high. It's the first range. Then we created another swing high on the higher time frame. And this is the third swing, which we are currently, this is our dealing range. Okay. So this is our dealing range right here. So I like how it looks. We're just going to hang out and see how it plays out. And that is our action. Go ahead and get rid of all these lines. Don't need them. Clean up the screen a little bit. And other things I like. I mean, technically, we may just get back to here, right? Because this is the line right here. Where the most aggressive buying occurred. Most delta, where buyers had control, but they failed on the first attempt. So realistically, this is a safer target. See how fast this happens. And then we have another account where we're up 429 on the day, which I'm currently not in a trade. Probably should be. May consider entering if we break this zone right here. It's a smaller time frame zone. I'll pull this up so y'all can see it. This is our evening high. Make it blue. Then we got our session low. We got previous New York high and New York low. One interesting thing we see is that the point of control keeps moving lower and lower and lower and lower. We retested. We've yet to retest the value area high. I mean, man, here's what I see. I think we could get a retracement. I think we could get to here tonight, honestly. Um, and we're just gonna range because tomorrow's a hot and heavy day. We got all kinds of shit going on tomorrow. We got That's my target for the night. We're not in a position at the moment on this account. But I will say that this was at 9:35 a.m. and this zone is the hot zone. We left it, tap back into it to about, looks like 30%. Exactly. And then left the range. I don't think we're coming back. So I like the longs. What is interesting though is we had this area where we ranged. Then this is really fair value is right here. Okay. So anything's possible. We definitely could continue lower, right? So we keep our risk small, no big deal. Take another shot. 6,000, 70,000 contracts. We had a double break day today too, which was insane. So we broke the initial balance twice. $63K in volume, all this downward volume, and then buyer stepped in right here. Pretty low percentages, 5, 3, 5, 5, 7 as far as delta, 5, positive, positive. Our largest 6%, 2%, 11%. So right here, right at this VWAP, our point of control right now, having a hard time pushing up. We got another 11% right here at the point of control, stepping in. And another 11% at the point of control. This 11%, 12% on the sell side, right at this midline. We eventually broke through it. Ripped back down this zone right here. 19%. Make that a different color. I know this thing's getting really marked up, but 19%. That's where buyers stepped in heavy. And we had 14% step in here. We have 14% step in here. 12%, 14% right here. So yeah, we are in balance. Got blue again. Pretty low volume. Say the higher volume candles are green on the delta. So that's why I'm leaning long. It's just, to me, it looks like the longs have a slight advantage here. We had a lot of room to the downside, but sellers are still here. Right in the middle. Take these two. Right at 50%. So we're going nowhere. Now we're getting a push down. 9% delta. Keep in mind this is a 5-minute candle. Coming back down to push. Retesting this range. We need to break through that range. So 14 and 16. Buyers are stepping back in heavy. That candle is bearish, but buyers are definitely stepping back in. Looks like we're starting to get a little 4.4. That was still a low volume candle. So this one was our biggest. And again, it was a bullish positive delta candle. It was 14% dominance to the buyers. All right, let's open up YouTube and get a chat going. I doubt anybody's here, but that's okay. I am here. Gotta show up. Gotta show up every day. Pop up chat. We can get rid of that. Rid of that. Drop this down. Get rid of this. Don't need it. See this area get protected. Start to break below this. I'm not as happy of a camper as I would like to be. Looking on a higher time frame, can look at some 4-hour ranges. We can see on a long-term VWAP for this higher time frame range, from this swing low to the swing high, including the drop down to it. We could just come from here, right? The reason why I came back is because this is the area of previous value. Okay, so essentially we take the previous range, right, or the previous swing high, which is right here, and that's this VWAP. We reject it off of that VWAP right here. There's definitely a lot more room to the downside, right? So we could come all the way back to retest this point of control, right? Or this previous area of balance right here. So there's room to both sides. We have no idea, depending on what you're looking at. So that's our long-term look. Uh, I anticipate we come back here. This is long term. Anticipate we come back into there. And we are currently 6.28% 1,700 points to the downside, 20, almost 9% to the downside, almost 6% to the upside. And we've had from the high, we've had a 11% drop. I just don't see us dropping down 18%. I mean, this would be the 20% correction. This could happen. This could actually happen. Could reject from here. Putting a high. Putting a lower high. Come back, tap into it. Something unmitigated. Right here. And then rip all the way. Make our way all the way back down to the next level. Some food for thought. Okay, so if we happen to get stopped out here, low, putting a high, rip down, which could happen. We're gonna look for our next entry because we will be getting back in. And that shit. I think we need to drop this down a little bit. We already swept the lows. So I don't anticipate us sweeping the lows again tonight. But things aren't looking the best. Definitely room to the downside for additional legs. So higher high, higher high, higher high, pull back, rip back up. What time was this? 9 a.m. I guess we could. We haven't swept the 9 a.m. low yet. I mean, it is possible. So we will basically get stopped out here happily if it doesn't work out. Because there's so much fucking buying up here. My stop is right on a pivot. Let me drop it down just a little bit. Maybe we get a double bottom here. Now, so the market's starting to accelerate against us. Retesting the low. The overnight session. We tap into this. Make this a little bigger. This is MEA. Let's play around with this here. It's a nice wick right there. Pretty deep retracement. Five point bounce. A little bit of downward momentum, but not extreme. Essentially a double bottom right here at the value area low. High, lower high, lower high. All right, let's see what happens here. We got speed of tape. This 5-minute hammer pattern. Expect us to tap back into that wick. Some pretty small wicks up here on the 5-minute. And there's a level up here. Where is it? Right here. This hasn't been mitigated yet. So there's no wick. If there is, it's so small. Nah, there's no wick right here. That's at 28,058. 28,058. Man, that would be great. Right, so it looks like we're getting a little reversal here. Let's take a look at these stats here. I want to get a little absorption here where we see heavy sellers and price continue to move up and not down, and some aggressive buying as well. So we did have some volume here. Positive delta, 8K. Man, wait for this 5-minute close. Not that we need to. This was a failed engulfing, a bullish engulfing candle right here. Rebar reversal that printed. So we came back in and tapped back into this candle a second time. Staying patient. Might be getting stopped out on, let's check back in. We have some room. Aggressive seller stepping in. Let's see if they get absorbed. This is MES. Okay, on the 5-minute. 5-minute. Tap back into that 30% fib line. I wouldn't say sellers are gaining momentum here. They're not losing it either. The 15-minute. Flip this to a 5-minute. Lots of room to the upside. Patience. Patience. So we're going to take a look at the 15-minute. Everything has a wick. Didn't have a wick. It came back and taken out. Everything down here has a wick. So I'm good. I'm chilling. Hey, what's up, Evolve? How you doing? Did I catch any of the moves today? Yeah, man, I did actually. It was a pretty good day. I did blow it. I took a shot on a 300K eval, and that's what happens when you take a shot. When you take a stab, you get stabbed back. So I'll show you what my day looked like. Um, so let's pull it up, man. How's your day going, brother? So these are only the accounts I have open right now. I blew. This is a funded account right here. So this is a funded account. I'm in a long S&P here right now. Um, this shows my P&L for today. So pretty break even on the day so far. I'm copy trading these 5 accounts. They're all in the positive. And this is the one I blew. And this is my other 300K that I'm being a little bit more conservative. So I got to get to 20K profit. So this gives me a little bit more room to play. Not in a position yet, but for the day, we're up pretty well. If you count this $100 down, we're about break even for the day. But I did catch some of those moves today. I made, it was pretty good. We can actually take a look. So we're up 574 on the paid account from today. Then we're up 3,000. Gave about half of it back. So we're up 1400 for the day. And then these are all my copy traded accounts. We were up 143 on the day. That might not be right. Anyways, we're up. We're doing okay. $40. Hey man, $40 is, I lost 65 on that $300 eval, or 69 bucks. So this is my entertainment. Instead of going out on a date, taking my girlfriend out, I decided to spend $69 and blow it in an eval. But trading is hard, no doubt about it. Sellers are definitely trying to push for this New York low. I mean, it's possible that we take this low out before we revert back up. Anyways, I'm not in a trade on that account yet. Just so much two-way side traded here. The market is so balanced right now. It's essentially perfectly balanced. So anything could happen. These sellers, aggressive sellers, look like they're getting awarded a little bit. What I'm looking for here is for this level 74.50 to hold. So this level doesn't hold. Yeah, I think we could see this POC down here. All the way down to take out the lows. But we're not going to take that much risk on here. So I really want to see this level hold. I can always get back in, see if these sellers are still here. Looks like they are. Need these buyers to step in. Do have on the MNQ, we have this 50% range, right? On this 5 minute. We made the low, tap back in. So I'd like to see a reaction here. Crazy, 1 micro, $220 in drawdown. But this isn't looking good. All right, we just swept the high, swept the low. Maybe we get a little bit of retracement, and then maybe we take out the low now. I don't know. It's a mystery, man. Just when you think you know what's going on, Market shows you that you have no fucking idea. The future. What would be your analysis on the future? You think we hit 25, 26, 24? Um, well, let me pull this up. Let's go NQ because I just did this. You might have just popped in. Um, so here is my analysis. So this tracks back to January 27th. Okay, so this zone that I drew. I basically took the last swing high down into this swing. So this would, I would say this is the previous swing range that we broke out of. Well, we get rid of, so we either do this. My thought is that we come here and then go that way. Kind of like a, remember we talked of the other, like a head and shoulders, right? The shoulders and then the head in the middle. That's my thought. Or it doesn't have to be there. Swear to God, I hate having to be so precise. You could just tap back into this zone right here, retest this value for ripping back down for another leg. But the fact that we're on this VWAP right here, right? So we came all the way down to this low volume node. I kind of feel in my that we're gonna have a move up before we rip down. But I do think we're gonna come down to 25 soon. Tomorrow we got all those tech earnings. So I see 25. This is a 1 year chart. I do think we make it down to 25 at some point. But that's 20%. Okay. So we've already retraced 10.5%. So we've already retraced 10.5%. It's a 20% correction to here. 19.5%. 20%, right? To here. So that's insane. I'm buying right here, right? I'm buying. Buyer right here. So I think Bitcoin goes to 50 before it goes to 100 as well. That's what my analysis on that is right now. But all of this needs to be repaired. All right, it has to at some point. And then we haven't retested this value area. We broke through this one. We probably come down. This is a good place for it. I think this is a really good place to have a little move up with all the, but fuck, it could just keep going. It could just rip all the way down. It doesn't have to come back up here. It doesn't. But this long-term VWAP, from January for this is from January. Here, I'll make it look a little different. Oh, I don't think that's it. I think I can do it from there. Let's hope I'm right. Today and later. All right. I'd be looking for shorts once I get back up here for sure. I think this is the top for a while. Like these little ranges like this, I like. Put in this low, put in a high. I got too anxious. I should have known better. This should have been this was already the entry, so it's gonna go lower. Shit, it's gonna go lower. It's already tapped here once, twice. Fuck. I think it goes lower now that I'm looking at it. Let's hope I'm wrong. Let's hope I don't let's hope. Now that I'm looking at this, we already tapped into this, left it, tapped into it again, left it. We're gonna break this zone. Fuck, we're going lower. I'm out. I'm out right now. I'm out. I'm gonna save money. Always good to go back and look again, right? Fuck, I didn't see that before. We've already left this range, tap back into it. Ah, how could I not see that? So our next level for a small little scalp. I think we missed this one too. I think we missed both of them. We did. Son of a bitch. We were wrong. Could be we already tapped into that left. Yep. Same zone. Yeah. Too late. This zone's getting broken. So that sucked. Let's go 1 year by minute. Still might get an entry here. Yeah, totally, my friend. Yeah, it is what it is. We got out. That's a win. All right, we got out. Jumped out, saved us some money. I anticipate an opportunity to still take a long here. Might be a couple more legs down. So like a little scalp from here to here. My daughter's playing video game. And on this, on our larger account, not our funded, I still think we take this low out, but I think we get a little bit of a pop back first. From where to where? On which one? This is MES, and this is my funded account. It's from 74.40 to 74.61, 20 points, risking about 12 points on the downside. And for the NQ trade, 27,657 up to 27,730. And I may even get into that with my other accounts after I see a reaction, my evals. Oh, that is quick. 20 points over here. That's quick. This is probably going to happen at like London Open, right? We're going to sweep this at London Open and then work our way back up to value. Same thing here. I don't know that, but that's what I see. We're going to sweep that at London Open and then go higher. Let's hope. I mean, it may not even come back here because a lot of times, I think it will though, because a lot of times it just goes either 30, 50, or 70. I'm pretty much right in the golden pocket, like 60 something percent. As I see a little node, very technical. You can see right here, this little sliver of unmitigated. It was also low from before where we flipped. So I see this little unmitigated sliver, right? Talk about pinpoint. Somewhere in there. See how pinpoint I can be. We're going to find out because that shit's coming real quick. Tomorrow is going to be a shit show because what, FOMC, right? And then after FOMC, there's also a couple other things going on, but after FOMC, then we have earnings at the close for Microsoft, for Meta, and I believe one other Amazon. Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon. So that's going to be crazy. See what our weekly delta. See, this is our weekly delta right here. Not much. It's been pretty low volume here, but the news is crazy. All these attacks and shit going on in the Middle East right now. Are you gonna? Do you ever trade earnings? I know you said you were trading for 7 months, right? So far, I mean, we can probably get a better entry here too. Let's see. I mean, let's not settle for 50%. Let's find it. So was that 50% right there where the top was? Let's see. I'm just curious. Get rid of all this shit. Blocking up the screen. Look at that momentum. That is strong. I don't like this. Just wait. Because we already tapped back in, left it, came back in. I don't know what I was looking at, man. I don't know. Am I? What's wrong with me? Make this easier. Yeah, I don't want to trade earnings either. It's this little fractal right here, right? Guess that's what I was looking at right there. This is 30-minute chart. Yeah, we're just going to be patient because we take a little momentum swing into this low here. Doesn't look like it wants to stop. Nah. What a night. So this was our open. I'd trade anything, man. But probably not for 10 earnings or FOMC 2 p.m. I just love trading. I don't think I'll ever quit. It's gonna be my savior, or it's gonna take me to the grave. Got it. You're talking about the Iran war, right? The first time it ended, and then it rallied, and then no deal was done. There's a lot of problems right now, especially with Nasdaq. Inflation. What it looks like right now, today, is that, man, do you think there's going to be a rate hike tomorrow? Because it's not clear that the rates. Do you think a rate cut is being priced in tonight? And then tomorrow, when the rates go up, the move goes higher instead of lower, like everybody thinks it's going to. I don't think Warsh is going to raise the interest rates. If he does, it's kind of weird because he's Trump's guy, and that's not the way to get. That's not the way to start out, especially after all that J Powell drama. So I kind of feel like interest rates are probably going to stay the same. Maybe we get a little pump on the interest rate, and then the future um, guidance at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and then the earnings come out, and then CapEx, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta talk about how much money they're putting into CapEx, just like Google did, where we had that. They had very high earnings last week, and then it just dumped after the earnings call because they're reinvesting all that money into CapEx. So a lot of the investors, I think, pulled the money out of NASDAQ and they're putting it somewhere else, like large speculators. Do you ever look at the commitment of traders report? Okay. All right. We could tank all the way down to 25, right? Before we pop back up. Like 20% correction? That's insane though. No, huh? Okay, well on the 60-minute chart, we swept these highs after taking out this protected high. We're going to sweep these lows. We're going to sweep those lows. And chips. Yeah, I do a lot of AI stuff, man. Have you messed with it at all? Like, I have this Robinhood. This is, I don't have a lot of money on Robinhood, but this is a dashboard that I created. I even have an Agenic account and just kind of track the Mag 7, refreshes every 15 seconds. And then I'm messing with some options levels, even though I really haven't haven't entered these today. I'll do this tomorrow. It's like the call walls, and then it converts it to. Um, so I've created some other things too, like um, yeah, I fuck with everything, man. Pardon my language, but it's still a hobby though. So we tapped into this right here. I think we sweep these lows though. I really do. I've done some stuff with prediction markets. I mean, I use Codex all the time, man. Like these are all Kalshi projects. I don't know why it shows no chat. There's definitely chats in there. But got a bunch of stuff I've built. And then I have a company, not that you care, but and basically does AI consulting in Denver. That's my company that I'm building. It's not active yet, but I mean everything's there. I'm starting to publish. I write articles and shit all the time. So I never sleep, dude. But on Google, I'm already getting for localization. I come up, those are sponsored. I come up first on Google for the free terms. But man, sponsored links, that's how they get you, right? People paying, but that's pretty sick. So I'm just crazy, dude. Oh, this one is just this one is just a monitor for my portfolio. I'm going to start to integrate agentic trading into it eventually, but this is like 5-year project, right? Let's just do read only at first. Um, I did have a data feed through Data Bento, and I had a Nasdaq dashboard, but I kind of turned all that stuff off for now. I mean, I have a lot of things, dude. I'm creating a balance rejection agentic trader that just takes into account when price reaches the extremes, it starts to evaluate aggression and absorption and exhaustion, and then it um, will take a position. It has like a scoring rules and shit like that. I'll show you what the algorithm is. It's actually pretty cool. So I'm working on. I'll just show you the trading rules. So like, this is the whole project. I don't have it running right now, but I can connect directly to prop firm accounts and Rhythmic and all that shit. But here's the scoring rules right here. So this is my algorithm. Evaluate on validated market trade events, feed status, hard. Okay, this is all. You don't need that. Say a level is in play when the current price is within 7 points of that level. If no level is in play, the decision is to pass with a score of 0. Recent market evidence is measured over a 100-second window. So once it reaches the value area, 180 seconds is what it looks at. So it gives it sufficient time to make sure two-sided trade can occur. Recent window tracks trade count, sign delta, high, low, price changes, rejection evaluations also report. Anyways, it's boring. But then tier 1, there's tier scoring. And previous day high, previous day low refer to only a previous completed New York session. Then the balance rejection rules, tier 1 receives a plus. Okay, then down here, point of control, VWAP, midpoint, open, and range center levels containing value area high, high, low, whatever. Those are the boundaries. This is where it's looking for trades. And then here's the formula. Score equals 5 plus tier plus pro bonus plus delta confirmation. And then here's all the where conditions. So, dude, it's pretty insane. And then these are all things that I need to work on for it. That's funny. Yeah, that's really the goal is to have a complete automated trade desk that just looks for balance rejection trades on any asset that I'm interested in trading, and it just does it for me automatically. And I can just sit there and or do whatever and make money other ways while the trade desk runs for me. Honestly, I don't know when it's ready. Like, I don't think it's ready yet. You have to get like a real data feed. So you have to subscribe, and it's pretty expensive, man. So like the best one right now is data. There's two of them. So the first thing you need to do is get a data feed that allows you. This company's going to go public too, by the way. Data Bento. So um, here's how it works. So they just started doing futures. So these are all the different markets. You can get a futures, and you really need this 199 per month subscription. But what it gives you is live data, 16 years of level 1 data, 1 year of level or 1 month of level 2 and 3. So every month you can download level 2 and 3 and then do back testing or test like locally. But it's $200 a month. And then you have access to basically everything you need. Uh, and you connect directly to the API, and then you pull data live as the market's running. I did it with my Rhythmic feed, but the problem with it is that it Rhythmic shut down my account temporarily because for the week I went over my limit. I pulled too much data because I was pulling down tick data. So interestingly enough, they stopped my account. I couldn't trade for a week on my evals. This was a while ago. So then I signed up for 1 month of Data Bento just to make sure that I could do what I wanted to do. Um, that all worked fine, but then I put it on hold because I want to develop. I want to get everything right before I start paying for the data, because that's like $200 a month. You know, that's a lot of money. I gotta make some money and then reinvest it into the data plan. So as soon as I can pass some evals and bring some money in from trading, then I can really focus on taking that money to pay for the data. I could pull the data from my charting platform because there's a bridge, but it's not good because it needs to be real time. It's even like, you know, 2 seconds of delay. That's too much. With Data Bento, I can pull tick data constantly without having to pay for it. All right, I like this view. We're going to pull this up here. So this is a 15-minute. So this is the zone where buyers really stepped in today during New York. Let's go 1 hour on this. See if we can make that. How old am I? I'm 80. I'm just kidding. I'm 48, dude. I have a 27-year-old daughter. I've been around. I've been around, but I used to work in the dot coms back in the day when I was really, really young. So I got into computers when I was a kid. Yeah, my voice is a little bit young sounding. So I look probably, I don't know, 5 to 10 years younger too. I'm an exercise physiologist. So I just like, I stay in shape. I eat well. I know I spend a lot of time on the charts, but I do my best, man, to try to stay young because I don't like being old. So getting old sucks. Only thing good about being old is that you have a lot of experience. So that helps out a lot more than people think, especially with AI. I mean, with AI is pretty useless unless you have knowledge because it has all the knowledge, but it has no real world experience. So there's lots of issues with it. It's kind of like someone who graduates from college where they have all this knowledge, but they've never really applied it in a real world scenario. They apply it in a vacuum. And that's not how the real world works. Like you have all these models and you have all these things, just like trading. You have all these things, and at the end of the day, that's not how it really works. Like things don't happen exactly how it shows up in a model as we see with trading. So that's the biggest issue with AI is that all of these companies are going to try to integrate it. I'm talking about smaller companies, not the big dogs who've been working on it for 10, 15 years. And people are banking on it replacing humans. And the problem with that is that you always have to have somebody that is overseeing the work that the AI does because the AI drifts because it's always trying to accomplish the job and it'll find any route and just giving it rules even in a project saying don't do this, don't do that, you're not allowed to access this, do only this. That doesn't even work very well because if it has permissions to do anything, it may just decide to do that. I wrote a really good article about that. If you're just like really bored, this kind of sums up everything I'm talking about. It gives a scenario. There's some news articles where it actually happened. And then it just talks about the power. So it's well written, actually. That's the out of all the articles I've written, that's the best one. The rest of them are kind of boring. but that's the best article. Um, okay, so we're starting to see some absorption. Let's pay attention here. See if we get that failed auction. If we continue down and sweep the low. I like this target up here. 27,880-ish. Basically the VWAP. Because this is the real range. At these two candles right here. All right. Sellers still in control. Got 20 more minutes. We're already at 53K, 55K, as opposed to 75K. I wouldn't mind taking a long after we sweep this low. So look at this. We've returned to the middle of value on this EI. Yeah, we could see a rejection here. I mean, this could be it. This could be the spot. Putting a low, putting a high, putting a low, clean the high, clean the low, come back halfway, then rip back farther. I could see that. I could see us. Oh, I'm glad I got out earlier. That was a good catch. Um, I'm staying up. I took a I took a long nap today. As soon as the market closed, I slept from like 2 30 to 6. So I'm gonna be here. I just drank coffee, but yeah, let's take this trade. Good luck. I'm all fed. I'm ready to go. But I'm looking to tap into this value area low. Hey man, we don't have to take on a lot of risk. All right, we can put a tight stop. We know what's gonna happen if it wants to keep going. All right, so this is interesting. Um on MES 5 minute, there's a lot of room on MES. There is a lot of room to the downside. The MES 5 minute, like that is ugly. I don't think ES sweeps the lows. I don't even, man, I think we get a reaction here on ES. Um, we said a little bit lower. Man, patience. Okay, momentum is starting to slow down right here. So we're starting to see a slowing on momentum. We are tapped into this range. We mitigated. We're right in that zone that I was talking about. I'm man, I want to get in right here. I want to get in right here, but I'm going to wait cuz we basically tapped into resistance and continue to go down to trap. I'm going to wait. Gonna wait, gonna wait, gonna wait. Because if it makes a higher high and a higher low, there's still time. There's no hurry. There's a lot of space up there. No need to get overzealous. But we are close, man. We are close. We get that pop up and then another leg down for right. That's like my only thought is do we came down, created a small little swing here, swing here, and the swings are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So momentum is starting to slow down. This could be a spot where we have one more retracement before we push back down. But it's got so much momentum to the downside. What's your opinion? Wait for the break or confirmation of a higher high and a higher low if it does want to pull back up? I think we wait for a break. Just be patient. Stick to the plan. That would be the safest, and I guess safety first. That should be a rule. Or we wait for the pullback and get in short to take out the low. See, there we go now. So we're pulling back up to the 21 EMA. Let me put a 21 EMA on this one. I like having the just as a reference. Yeah, so if we look at a higher time frame swing, we have another leg down, right? Like this is one big swing. And we could even say that this is really the first swing on the highest time frame. One, two, three. Yeah. One, swing up, tap back in, break here, tap back in, decide where we want to go next. So if I get in, I think this is going to be my target to the upside. Why does this got to be so hard? Like buggy. That's one, two. I don't even think we can count this one as far as time frame goes. Oh my God. I think it's going to be fast, but what do I know? So we're starting to see some buyers step in. First line, but each time rejected. And each rejection was deeper. And this is a still pretty big range. It's actually just as big as this range. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I cannot. A little bit smaller. They're equal. They're pretty equal. I don't know. I like a shorten to the lows. I think on my bigger account, it could reject right here. But a lot of times, what I see is that it comes back. This is like when you see this aggressive selling in the middle of the candle, that's really strong downward momentum. That's really where it started. But it usually is going to come back here to the first large aggressive trade area and then reject from there. But it may not come back any farther because this is a strong, strong, strong rejection here. So if we miss it, we miss it. It's good. I'm not chasing it, but I've seen this quite a bit right here. I think it's pretty high probability. And it's 65 dollars a risk on a $7,500 drawdown account. So I think it's the juice is worth the squeeze because we're going to get more than 2 to 1 on it if we're right. So we'll only need to be right 1 out of 3 times to be profitable. This area right here looks like a good rejection spot as well. This is the highest volume delta node for the whole since noon, since 10:30. It's this level right here. Let's hope, my friend. Let's hope. Let's hope. Let's hope I'm right. But if I'm wrong, that's okay, because there's always another one there. Can I even be more greedy? I don't know, man. This looks like the multiple mitigation zone that's going to tap into, and that's yeah, that's turning back into support again. So we missed it, huh? We missed the entry. Did tap back into that zone. Get rid of all this shit. Now I'd like to see it pop up a little bit higher and then this momentum start to drop off even more. I mean, we look here, this is where we broke structure. Technically, it's right here because we got a body close. That's where we broke structure. The fake out before it keeps going lower. I think we need to put this right at the top of this candle. Oh, I didn't get filled. What? Did not get filled. Come on, baby. Tap me in. Tag me in. We don't even need to take on that much risk. We're just gonna follow that down if we're so lucky. This needs to tap back into this zone. But it's a little different on this side. Actually, broke structure right here. So this was the candle that broke structure. And we did get a tap back into this previous range. I'm thinking a 30% retracement at most. There's just too much selling. It's not going to come back 50%. All right, so this is that 1 year VWAP right here. We are below it. We broke through it, tested it, broke back through it. We still need to take out this. So my entry is going to be right here. We swept this 4-hour low, tapped into shit. It may not come, dude. We need to hold this level right here. We got stopped out for 30. Momentum is slowing. Buyers stepped in right there on the point of control. It's so hard. It's so hard to trade. Hardest thing in the world I've ever done. So I like this big wick here. Yeah, it's been pretty bullish, man. But sellers keep stepping in. So, I mean, it's going down right now. So, I mean, I'm risking 25 on this. I put my protection behind the candle where I expected to see a reaction. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, this is a different account. No, it's the same account. Just keeping it real small, man. I don't mind taking a $30 loss with $7,500 of drawdown. I do see momentum slowing though. So we see momentum slowing down, but buyers are definitely in control. See if now we're in the discount zone. And come all the way back up to the VWAP. What a crazy move. So we're likely going to get stopped out here, but I like that little reaction. I ain't moving it. So I'm not moving it. I don't like this though. Now we got a battle. We're pretty much in balance, man. That's what's crazy. Oh, wait. I asked you a question earlier, man. Have you ever heard of the commitment of traders report? You just said something that reminded me. You said this market has been bullish all week. Um, have you ever looked at the commitment of traders report? I'm just curious. It's actually pretty cool. It shows the difference between commercial and non-commercial large players who have to report their positions in the futures. They report on through Tuesday. They submit it on Wednesday. Oh shit, I have to show that to you. Oh my god. Okay. Just another piece of information. It's lagging. So what it shows is every week, and it's historical, you can go back any week in the past. It shows you the aggregated CME futures positions, net long and net short positions for non-commercial and commercial. Non-commercial are like hedgers, like in non in or sorry, non-commercial are hedge funds and large speculators who have to report, and commercial is like hedgers who are trying to manage cost or related to like production and things. So last as of last Tuesday, end of day, they reported 2,469 speculators are closing shorts out. So there's net 2,469 less shorts than there were the previous week. And commercial is net long slightly. So if non-commercial speculators are closing shorts, that means they're bullish more so than last week. If we go to the 14th, you can see that they were net long. Can be a little confusing, but you can see 25 253,718, 251,249. So they actually have less longs. And here's the shorts. 24,000 less shorts. That's the number I'm looking for. And here there were 9,500 added shorts. So basically, they're closing out shorts. So this is interesting. You should check that out and learn a little bit about it. I think it's beneficial for um, more uh, bias for the following week. I hate numbers, man. Confuses the shit out of me. I really have to think about it. Positive and negative delta type shit. All right, still a little bit of momentum. So we're at the POC, so there's going to be a little fight here. But we're going to stick to original plan. Take out the lows before pushing back up. So large speculators and hedge funds are less short last week than they were the week before. And that was for, I think that was S&P 500, which is the one that has the most contracts, so it's the most reliable because I don't know. I think we at least for the S&P, I think we at least come back to test this here. Like if I was to close out this short, I'm going to take profit right here. $600 as in up here. Oh no, I see what you're saying. 600 is way the hell up here. Talking about NASDAQ? So just before the low. Double bottom. Kind of like this 25,577 line right here. But who knows, man? This is crazy. All right, yeah. Somewhere in here. I'm just going to be patient cuz if we hit that, we will be rewarded, and if not, it's going to be very inexpensive if we're wrong. That's more important than being right. Here's the thing though. I don't like this right here. There's no wick. So we likely tap up a little bit higher. I just don't want to get wicked out there. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, I like the 1 minute too. I just tend to get a little bit too anxious on the 1 minute, to be honest with you. It gives me a little bit of anxiety. Okay, there's that tiny wick there, so it's okay. All right, so we get stopped out over here. Now it's gonna go without me. Might drop into this one more time. Because momentum is definitely slowing down. I just didn't give it enough room, I don't think. Give it 10 points. 59, 60, 70. Look at the 2 minute. So we break the high here. Think we're done going down if we clean this high? Or do you think it's the fake out? I still think we come down here. So I think it's another leg down before we come back up. And it's going to be midnight, right? Right. And that, my friend, if you knew when, I would be paying you a lot of money. That was a strong reaction. A little more momentum picking up on the S&P side to the upside, but they're getting absorbed. Positive delta, but price is not going up. Yeah, I don't like this right here. Yeah, totally, totally. Yeah, I'm not worried about it too much. But I like those 300K evals. I mean, with one micro, you can pretty much trade for. Problem is you got to get the 20K within a month, so you can't be too um conservative. But for the first week, I like to try to build a little bit of a buffer. That way, I can size up to 2 contracts. But you don't need to trade, man. It's so volatile. You don't need to trade a lot of contracts, in my opinion, to make a good amount of money every day. Like one micro, if I wasn't on a time limit, one micro would probably be all I would trade. If I had a personal account, it would be one micro always. But I ain't trading futures on a personal account. Not yet. Not until I can prove myself uh, in the prop firm world and get all these discipline and fucking leaks taken out of my game. And that's another thing with the strategy. I really don't want to finalize the AI strategy um until I kind of have it locked down, because I assume my scoring is going to change a little bit on how I want to score and allow the algorithm to trade for me. Oh, you heard about the single stock futures, right? What do you think about those single stock futures? I'm excited about the single stock futures. I wonder what the leverage on those is going to be. All right, brother. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Good luck tomorrow. They suck. All right. All right. Have a good night, man. Get some rest. Looks like the momentum is building to the downside, but I'm gonna have to get off and go to bed. It's getting late. I'm just gonna let these run as is. Link them so they turn off. Here, those are already linked. All right, y'all. You're still watching or whatever. Good luck. Be safe tomorrow. FOMC and earnings at the end of the day. Be careful holding positions into the 3 o'clock, or excuse me, 4 o'clock hour Eastern time. And then FOMC at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then the forward guidance, the speaker at Warship. Uh, 2:30. So good luck, y'all. Till next time. Happy trading.